Why we doing it? It's kind of crazy. We're crazy. I think those audience are even more crazy. Let's see what's gonna be. See, look, they give me $6 extra. Wow, 25. I don't know if they really give people all this money, time to time to
Head to your pickup on W32nd Street.
okay. Like job they're far away because by the time I get there they close,
Cancel it?
Yeah, they cancel.
So are you gonna cancel?
No, I'm never gonna cancel. I'm gonna, if I cancel they get mad at me. Like, just leave it alone.
Okay.
Okay, bye bye. See you later. You're gonna do the,
I did.
oh, you did already?
Yeah.
So fast. Do the white t-shirt. Run out the white t-shirt. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. How you doing? On to the next one. Delivery. Good morning. On to the next one. What are you doing, everybody?
Good shape. Still some delays on the E and the F, and alternate side is in effect today. Discover all the benefits of owning a certified pre-owned Jaguar. From
Let's take
Ricky
6th
Jaguar,
Avenue,
Venison,
Manhattan.
Jaguar Marlboro.
In 700
Choose from a
feet.
wide selection
Turn left on
of
6th
4.99% APR financing, available up to 60 months on all certified pre-owned models. I'm Joe Nolan with traffic on Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is the 77 WABC. Lou Dobbs.
WABC.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Stocks higher after key inflation data. Interest rate cut hopes rise again. And Walmart headlining retail reports. Positive consumer inflation data sending stock prices up midweek. The Dow up 350 points yesterday. The S&P at an all-time high. The Nasdaq up more than 230 points. Nvidia and Dell both boosting the index. The April Consumer Price Index up 0.3% over March. That's below Wall Street's target. Consumers. Deere & Company earnings before the opening bell. Wall Street targeting first quarter revenue at $13.3 billion, a more than 17% annual
Good morning,
decline.
everybody. Good
Deere
morning.
seeing a
Who's in the
drop in
building?
small
Who's number
agriculture
one?
and turf segment.
How's
Uber rolling out
everybody?
new product updates and services.
Happy-
Uber Shuttle
happy
will host
what
up to
is that?
55 riders, offering sharply
Happy
discounted
Tuesday.
rates.
Happy
The service will be
Tuesday.
Speed
tested
trap
in several
reported
markets
ahead.
this summer. Uber
Speed
Eats
trap
partnering with Costco for more on-demand options.
On
The
demand.
service available for
Be
non-Costco
dialing.
members
Be
as
dialing.
well.
Limited
Please
edition.
join me
Be
twice
dialing.
each weekday for the Lou Dobbs Business Report right here
Be
on
dialing.
77
Limited edition.
WABC.
Keep listening for more to 77 WABC for the Lou Dobbs
Be dialing.
Business
Limited
Report.
edition.
I've been hearing a lot about Lang Insurance. They sell luxury home insurance
Turn
to
left on
high net
6th
worth
Avenue.
individuals in all 50 states. Call Kevin Lang at Lang Insurance, 866-964-4434. He's an expert in reviewing your current coverage to save you money, leaving you with your current insurance company, or moving you
Limited
to a
edition.
one.
Be
And
dialing.
clients rave about his skills and the diligent professional service he provides. Your call, they
Professional
quote, you
services.
save. That's 866-964-4434
No
or visit
EBT. No EBT
langins.com.
on Sunday, May
I'm
19th.
John D'Agostino from D'Agostino and Associates. Easy from 888-24-LAW-24. That's 888-24-LAW-24. Call me for a free consultation. D'Agostino, Law, Fight Back.
Industries helps with all your construction, demolition, and weekly waste removal.
No EBT Sunday.
Every corner of the city. Nothing but providers.
Update now and the diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss projections without any of those nasty morning for the weekly Tunnel to Towers Foundation update. Hear how your dollars help America's heroes. Never forget 9/11. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. Mortgages can be easy. Just ask our partner, Mariano Rivera.
This is Mariano Rivera, baseball all-time state leader. I know about making safe like saving strength, time, and money on your mortgage with my friends at Power Express Mortgage.
Call my friends at Power Express Mortgage at 800-826-2265. If you're a first-time home buyer, they offer first-time home buyer discounts. You already own a home, they can help with fast cash out refinancing.
In 1,000 feet,
Second home
turn right.
purchases. Call them at 800-826-2265. 800-826-2265. Mariano.
I want to make one more save for you and your home
Problem in the
mortgage.
train,
My friends
everybody.
at Power Express Mortgage.
Power Express is at 1010 Northern Boulevard, Suite 426, Great Neck, New York, 11021. Equal housing lender. Licensed mortgage banker. New York State Department of Financial Services. Mortgage lender. Licensed by the Connecticut Department of Banking. Consumer Credit Division. Residential mortgage lender. Licensed by the New Jersey Department of Banking and Insurance. Not a depository institution and does not take deposits. All loans are subject to credit approval and program guidelines. NMLS number 1324.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is Sid and Friends in the Morning.
77 WABC. Oh, the cars. I love the cars. Gorgeous weather coming your way Monday and Tuesday. I know tonight she comes. That's right. That's the lyrics. I know tonight she comes. I know tonight. Come on.
Come on.
You
Come on.
All right, we got to take a quick break because you got a quick 1-2 punch. Head coach to win a Stanley Cup. I know it's 30 years already, but we'll talk to Mike Keenan.
Come on.
Game
Move,
6
move,
of
move,
the big
move.
Rangers
Come
hosting team coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. And of course, coming up next,
Turn right on West
Bill
32nd Street.
O'Reilly. But first, at 8:44 on your rainy Thursday morning.
Turn right on West 32nd Street, then pick up on the left.
Good morning, Joe.
And you too said it's a busy morning from the RayCatina.com traffic desk. Is when the weather is bad, the traffic is always bad too. If you're on the LIE on the outbound side of Katina Boulevard, there's construction on that on-ramp. That's slowing everybody down. Then on the Northern State, on the eastbound side, right at Southwest Bay Road, you've got an
Yo,
accident
Joe,
there, that
what's
one
up?
in the left lane. Now in central
Joe
New Jersey,
Cookin.
287 northbound at
How you
exit 12. You have a crash, Route 17 up in North Jersey, right around Route
Yeah.
80. There's an accident there as
Get
well.
up,
And a
stand
collision.
up.
This has been a truck involved in this. This is a mess.
Get up, stand up
Southbound
for your
109
right.
East Jersey Street is down cold. There's fuel spill.
Get up,
All of that
stand up.
continues. Westbound Route 22, Lawrence Avenue and Mountainside. That accident's still there.
Stand up for your right. Get up, stand up.
George 30 down.
Stand up for your right.
50 inbound to Lincoln in about an hour. Inbound to Holland, particularly from 1 to 9.
Good
Lawrence
morning,
side.
Sally. No EBT
For all
on
the benefits of
May
all your
19th.
certified pre-owned Jaguar from Ray-Catina Jaguar of Edison, Jaguar Marlboro. Choose from a wide selection with 4.99% APR financing available up to 60 months on certified pre-owned models. I'm Joe Nolan with Traffic Talk Radio 77 WABC.
In your car, online, and at home. The Tri-State's most trusted voice. Talk Radio 77 WABC. More 77 WABC listeners. Listen longer to Sid and Friends in the Morning.
Ay, ay. No marcha, mabigat.
You've arrived at your shin.
Police. Police. Police do not. Yo, Joe, I'm over here now. How you doing, Joe? This is hotel or something? Mom. Hey, how you doing?
Head to your drop-off at 120 W 14th Street.
Do you need the trunk open or no?
No.
Okay. No trunk. For Joe.
Yes.
Oh, shoot. The job got. Where are you going?
Head to your drop-off at 120
No.
W 14th Street.
Okay, we're going to 120 West 14th Street.
Correct.
In 700 feet, turn right on 5th Avenue.
Yeah, 14th Street has problem. There's no. I'll get you close. We're not allowed to be in 14th Street, so I'll get you in a corner and close to that.
Okay.
Yeah, then no crazy rule. No taxi, no private car, only trucks and buses. I don't know why.
Okay.
Friends or girlfriends or anything like my beautiful wife Danielle, then she loves when you buy her jewelry. Problem is getting her something she actually loves. You know the look that she opens a gift. You know the look that says, "What are you thinking?" Now visit Lumage's new website, l-im.com, and say goodbye to that look. That's the letter l-im.com. l-im.com. This site makes it easy for you to buy her jewelry that she's gonna love. The secret is their curated selection of proven winners, studs, tennis bracelets, and pens, and
Turn right on 5th Avenue.
out about 20% of his favorability rating, which was in the tank anyway, off. That's a disaster. So that's why they had to do it, because he's going down fast. And this then stops it a little bit, because then people go, all right, let's see what he has to say. But now let me give you the big picture of this, because people don't understand the dynamic of this, and I do. Because I was involved with it for more than 20 years when Fox News had its presidential debates. So Trump was smart to accept the invitation right away, because he knows that mentally he can pop live all over the place. The difference is that CNN is going to cut the mics interrupted by 755 times. All right?
Turn right on.
Because Biden couldn't get a word out, and Trump is jumping. So that's good. The problem is, as I demonstrated
In 900 feet, turn right on 6th Avenue.
1 o'clock, is that both candidates don't tell the truth. And the two Cash would have to interrupt them almost every other sentence. Both of them. Because they embellish and they exaggerate and they this and that, and now I gave examples. Biden says, when I came to office, inflation was 9%. No, it was 1.4%. That's a major one. That's a major one. Right. What was Trump? And Trump says, under Biden's 3.5 years, inflation is 50%. It's 26%. Right. Okay, so you see where I'm going, right? Yes. All right. So they're both going to say anything. And then you get these two moderators sitting there, and what are they going to do? Are they going to stop the debate and go, no? And a lot of times they're not going to have the facts at their disposal. So I say you have to change the debate structure. And you go out and you have the debate, all right, for about an hour, maybe an hour, 10 minutes. And then you take a 10-minute break, all right, where Joe can get oxygen and Trump can get air, right? And then come back, and then you have a half an hour where everything that they said that's dubious is challenged. It's a fact check at the end of the debate on both of them. And so that way...
Okay, I stop here. You walk left this side. Okay, that's the closest I can go. Okay, thank you. You have a good day. Watch the bicycle. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Watch the bicycle. You have a good day. Go left.
Head to your pickup at 1 Jane Street.
Which are no friends of Donald Trump, forgetting about whether they tell the truth, they exaggerate, they lie. Every question from Pavel and Bench, every one will be delivered kind of like this. Mr. Trump clearly looking at a long prison today. Okay, right off the bat, they make him sound like a criminal. They're not going to start like they're not going to start by saying, Mr. President Biden, do you feel personally stand 1 month to the vote. Now, I mean, that's pretty vile. No. You want another one? Just quick. Yeah, quick. December 19th, 2023. Okay? The dehumanizing rhetoric of Adolf Hitler is once again alive and well on the national political stage. This time, of course, in the United States, this time given life to former president and current Republican presidential frontrunner, Donald Trump. Well, I'll say this, if we got to run to break, is I want to bring you back because I'm selfish when it comes to you. I want a lot of you. The one thing he did do in Tapper's defense is he did come out and say that Donald Trump did not say that everybody on both sides are good. He actually told the truth. He said Donald Trump did attack the Nazis on that day. But the two examples you just gave to me is exactly why Trump and people like me are furious that he's the guy that'll be moderating this debate coming up in a couple of weeks. I know he's right. I know. Hold on. More with Bill O'Reilly. A lot more with Bill O'Reilly right here on a Thursday. We'll be right back.
The best talk every day. And music on the weekend. We are the world famous.
Balance of Nature supplement, changing the world one life at a time.
The fiber and spice is a very effective product. There's no question. A product that is very reliable. It's a very good product. I swear by these. Probably the best product that I have ever used. I think they're just simply good for your body. When I used to work, I used to do my art over the weekend all the time. And now I do yard work. I have been doing yard work. I can sweep my floor and make my place look nice. And I take Balance of Nature, and yeah, that feels really good.
Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer. And for a limited time, get 35% off your first order, plus $10 off any additional sets. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this special offer by using discount code WABC.
Selling homes on the Sell your home once and get paid twice. Here's how it works. Max Out Homes buys distressed homes at their current market value, offering an immediate payment. No delays, no hassle. Once that's done, our team of experts will maximize your home value and pay you a piece of the profit. For more information, call 800-800-7405. That's 800-800-7405. Whether we rehab, resell, expand, or even rent, we handle it all. And you get a percentage of the profit. We buy homes in foreclosure, inherited homes, homes with reverse mortgages, homes with non-paying tenants, even land. Call us now. 800-800-7405. Remember, sell once, get paid twice with Max Out Homes. Call 800-800-7405.
Luggage so bright you can see it from Nebraska. It's good you choose this kind of luggage. Renee,
Head to your drop off at United.
what, you live in us already? New York?
Oh, gosh. No, I'll be right back.
Oh, come back, yeah.
This is a quick trip.
Yeah, we need you.
You do?
Yeah, we want the beautiful, we want the beautiful woman with
Oh
us.
my gosh, that's such a nice thing to say.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
You want coffee or you have your coffee already?
Oh, I'll have some at the airport. Thank you so much.
Yeah, time flies now. It's good you're leaving on time. But I'm glad you choose for you, in any case, New York, because JFK is disastrous.
I don't want to drive 3 hours there. Even to New York, it's traffic.
Yeah, New York is
But
better.
not so bad.
They're not so bad.
You know, but now it's like...
I don't know, JFK all the way traffic. People,
to check in.
you'll be there like 9:30 this day. Good time.
Good time.
Better safe than sorry.
Not to...
Hopefully I get somebody coming back. Coming back is crazy because then everybody rush hour coming back to the city.
Oh, yeah. But you'll get something. Probably. She also sent me a crazy email in the middle of the night that was like, emailing is not proper communication for confirmation for travel. I just texted it to you. Yeah. It's pretty wild. What? Yeah, I know.
Speed.
Well, there aren't. I mean, if this isn't true. You know what I mean? Like, it isn't true. It's not a true. But she said you claimed to have had guests attend the event. However, not one guest was brought to me or introduced to me. What is that? What does that have to do with anything? What she what? Yeah. She was so insane towards me. Like, yeah. Well, all of this is irrelevant now because she sent me this, right? So now, I mean, look, and now it's more. And it's now, like, obviously I'm not going to reply to anything. And now I'm going to terminate all communication unless the lawyer's involved. And I will be reaching out to every single client immediately and saying that the lawyer's got involved. Like, it's gonna get ugly now. Yeah, but that doesn't mean you have the right to treat me in this way. And I'm like, it doesn't matter what I wanted a career in. It's like, like you're supposed to get a warning, 2 weeks notice, blah blah blah. You know what I mean? Like there's all kinds of like, you can't just like write someone a letter and say, I'm in the tunnel. Well, I'm gonna be at the airport. I have to check in, but I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to do. I'm never gonna talk. Anyway, maybe I won't see it. It doesn't look that way. I haven't really been, but like, yeah, I haven't done anything, like, actually. I know, but I just, be prepared to be caught in the crossfires now. I'm not saying, like, there's any retaliation, like, towards you, but just be prepared. Like, you've been CC'd on everything, like, what's been going on. Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna get to the airport and check in. A part of me thinks, like, I'm always willing to say, like, to call and say, I mean, I did it with, like, my last landlord where it got really crazy and legal, and I just called him and I said, look, let's not do this. It's really gonna be hurtful to both parties because you get into, like, some really crazy, and like putting something like you don't have it, like, oh, you're talking to people about other jobs, that all of your employees are doing that. Yeah, like you're talking to, like she wrote it in some sort of weird format of like you're telling people you're actively looking for jobs in production, and it's like, yeah, but everyone is looking for other jobs. I mean, I literally have a text from Katya asking for a referral letter. Like, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like it's everybody, but it's not really. It's Lauren. Yeah, it's Lauren. It's not the intern. It's not like Renee or Katya has something against me, said, let's talk. Like, let's talk. Unless I call her and say, look, let's not take this any further. I'm back on Wednesday. Let's have a talk before we do anything like rash. Also, you can't terminate me the day before the day. Like, her termination notice is I was terminated like yesterday. It's like you can't.
Boulevard of Francis Lewis, maybe 149th Street, into the Bronx time attorney response. Just make it worth its way across the trophy. He had a real split out, elbow, was infected, he had a bad shoulder. Playoffs for us in terms of the Conn Smythe recipient. So, because this is a marathon. It lasts for over 2 months, and you could play, you know, 1 year in Philadelphia, we played 26 games in 52 nights. It was every other day, it didn't matter what. So, you know, it's a tough, and we had a lot of guys go down and they were out and injured, so, but we still got to the finals, and we got to game 7 because of the grittiness, and as I said, young Todd, well, Todd is not young, but he's coaching now, and he said, enjoy the pain if you want to be successful in this run. He's won the Stanley Cup in Pittsburgh and won the finals twice with that facility. So those players that are looked at right now in terms of their performance level, the best they can be. And even better than they perhaps have been in the past.
Correct. This guy's a goal machine the last couple of years. And on the power play, he's been unbelievable. And there are Ranger fans, and I'll exclude Messier because Messier but all the great years in Edmonton. He wasn't a Rangers, hopefully. But there are Ranger fans that are ready, willing, and able. If the Rangers win the Cup this year, and especially on the power play, they are ready to distinguish Chris Kreider as the greatest Ranger of all time. Do you think that's a worthy argument?
That would be an interesting argument, but I think there's, you know, Adam Ray, same type of player in front of the net, picking in power play, goals, scoring 50 goals.
And he also played a lot of years in Edmonton. For me, I've got a lead.
stressful when you do score first. The other team's chasing the game a little bit, but every building you go into now is tough. And I'll go back in history. We had to go into, and the Rangers aren't there yet, facing elimination into New Jersey, and we found a way to win. Thank you to Mark and the team, and Richter kept us in the first period, but we found a way, and that's what they have to do as well. But facing elimination, and I
think this morning, and I know you now personally are a terrific guy, and I want to thank you again for delivering that Lord Stanley Cup. I feel like we got a chance this year, but until we do it, you're my last guy. You, Mets, and all those guys, you're the guys. So thank you so much for hopping on today. Enjoy the hockey, and God bless you.
Thank you so much for having me, and good luck to the Rangers. Let's go Rangers.
Mike Keenan with a Let's Go Rangers. As you wrap up that great conversation, the last man to coach our team to a Stanley Cup win. We'll take a short break. Some more Kenny Loggins. I'm coming right back.
Gas station.
Station built just for you. New York opinion. World famous. An American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com. WABC, Traffic and Transit. From the RayCasino.com traffic desk, if you're traveling out onto the Connecticut Turnpike now, a new problem is 795 coming down to exit 7, the Connecticut Turnpike, a disabled tractor trailer, that one in the center lane. Also up to the north, if you're on the Sawmill, this is over in Westchester, obviously, right on the New York State Thruway, a right lane accident. And then in Rockland County, as you travel southbound on the New York State Thruway, we have some delays getting down to Route 303 with an earlier problem. 1 and 9 in Elizabeth.
5 minutes, I'll be back.
reply to that, look, that's the letter L-him.com. L-him.com. This site makes it easy for you to buy her jewelry that she's gonna love. The secret is their curated selection of proven winners. Studs, tennis bracelets, and pendants. And if you're getting engaged or you're near Manhattan, you can set up a face-to-face in their offices, and they'll guide you every step of the way to get the engagement ring of her dreams. I visited and toured Louis Fifth Avenue offices, and trust me, they're the real deal. I love these guys. So go to l-him.com and become a gift-giving hero. Enter SID, S-I-D, at checkout and get 15% off your purchase. That's L-him. His Instagram story was blinking. Got something going on that. Love when Gabe does that. It's usually the Knicks. But today, he has on his story, the NFL has released the 2024 schedule. We kind of joked a couple of days ago how Jet fans are retarded, and they're upset that the Jets are starting the year again on Monday Night Football on the 9th against the Niners on the road. Giants open up the 8th against the Vikings. And I remember Mike and Chris. I don't care what anybody says, when I was there, Summaries, it was the best. And they would get the NFL schedule, like today, 6 months in advance. Haven't even had training camp yet, you know? And they go, Mike, week one game, like, loss, win,
Oh, they declare the win.
loss,
Yeah, that's it.
win. They would go over every game.
To win.
Yeah, and in the meantime, like, the players play like a pre-game, and the quarterback would
Hey, it's Ryan Reynolds, and I'm here with Keith,
I
co-star
thought this was dumb on that. And now, when I listen to
This If in theaters May 17th.
It's
rated PG.
These guys today, they don't hold it. They don't get it. They don't. I mean, Mike and Chris, they were geniuses. I was too.
When Julia first contacted me through the summer,
whether it was Jody Mack or
she'd been
Joe
through deep
Bonito.
emotional
And I just
turmoil
want that because I know what they're
and saw
going to say.
guidance in
Yeah, I know what they're
relationships.
going to say.
Using my psychic abilities
And
to
a lot of
explore
that
the
is a lot of
details
that
of her
is
gentle
on the
authority
fan,
to share my
yes.
insights with Julia,
I
offering
love working with
guidance
you.
that resonated
And I
with her soul.
quote,
She
because
left
you
our
never
session
know
that day
if that
with a
day.
newfound determination to write a relationship story where the tools and guidance she needed to manifest the love that Julia deserved. Like the summer, providing a platform for souls like Julia who seek support and find guidance they need.
God willing, we'll all be back for a Friday morning show at 6 a.m. tomorrow. Until then, from all of us, until pleasure in the morning to all of you.
Mommy Cast. Jet Blue. United Jet Blue. Terminal A arrived. Right. I'm a believer. Are you a believer? Are you a believer? Menendez was Menendez.
By the way, Senator Menendez is floating his wife for the gold bars. 2-year-old girl shot, 2 women died during a brawl in Queens. One was, as I mentioned, 12 years old. The large 5-foot guy, 10 people at 160th Street Real, right near to Ski Fairway Way in South Jamaica on just before 7:45 p.m. Remember, every dollar donated goes to their programs. Never forget the sacrifices
going
of our
on here?
nation's greatest heroes. Donate $11 a month to Talented Towers at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2, T.org.
You know, it's been over 20 years, believe it or not, since 9/11. But the truth is, people are still getting sick from that horrible day. Skin cancer, lung cancer, prostate cancer. The dust and the toxins caused all kinds of problems. Today at 888-246-4799 or go to groundzeroccancer.com. That's 888-246-4799 or groundzeroccancer.com. Tell them, of course, Sid sent you, and I promise, take care of you. Visit
line of Avenue Plea savings or shop online. The views and opinions expressed by the individual hosts and their guests do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC Radio, its management, or its staff is made.
77 WABC time check 10:02 right now, sponsored by Boulevard Watches. 60 cloudy on this Thursday, May 16th. Good morning, I'm Noah Layton. Donald Trump's hush money trial, which is now in its fourth week, back underway in a lower Manhattan courtroom. Michael Cohen, back on the hot seat, being cross-examined by Trump's lawyers. Descriptions out of the court tell us Trump listening intently with his eyes closed.
Welcome back, Dave E., Shelley and Anthony, Dr. Ray. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Happy Thursday.
WABC time check 10:02.
Passenger peak. It's good coffee in the morning. They start with the coffee.
They're still in the process of getting that all the way. Now on the BQE southbound, as you come into the Grand Central Parkway, there is an accident.
Coffee, breakfast.
Breaking mass transit, running more
What did they
laps on
ask?
a closed schedule. Discover all the benefits of owning Jaguar Marlboro. Choose from a wide selection. 4.99% APR financing available up to 60 months on all certified pre-owned models. I'm Joe Nolan with traffic on Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Yep. One big happy family, happy holiday.
And a special message. If you've been told that you are
Russian people say happy holiday.
surgery is your only option, or would prefer to avoid the side effects of pain medicine, their experienced doctors use the latest in precision arthritis targeting technology to precisely place FDA-approved cushioning medicine, stem cells, PRP, or nerve block exactly where you need it. No surgery, no anesthesia, no hospital.
Catch the bus.
Most return to work or home
Catch the bus.
with nothing but a 1-inch Band-Aid. Even doctors are NYC Pain MD patients. It's time to stop letting chronic pain control your life. Take the first step forward. Call to schedule a no-cost assessment at 1-800-600-KNEE.
Catch the bus.
600-5633.
Behind the bus. Catch the bus.
Bridges and tunnels.
You're
Call to
busy.
schedule your assessment. That's 800-600-KNEE.
From the Hudson Valley to Long Island to New York City. Here's Brian Kilmeade with the Talk of New York.
I'm Brian Kilmeade. This is the Talk New York at 77 WABC. Thanks so much for listening. I truly appreciate it. Now it's time to talk about what's happening locally, and of course, it's also happening nationally. New York versus Trump continues today. We're on day 18. Today we expect some lawmakers showing their support by
Delivery.
showing support and giving their speeches because the president has that gag order. We're going to have Eli Crane, Michael Cloud of Texas, Ron Goldberg, Bob Good, Michael Waltz, Andy Ogles, Matt Gaetz, Diana Harshberger, all there
Lady
talking
Diana.
to support the President of the United States. He's going to have a big day. The defense will continue to go after fellow New Yorker Michael Cohen and Bob Costello, his former attorneys for hard Trump in this case. He's making Trump look better every day. By the way, Mitt Romney, in case you don't remember, does despise Donald Trump. Other important court
Use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left to terminals B and C, airport exit. In 3/4 of a mile, stay to the left to I-78, Garden State Parkway, I-95, New Jersey Turnpike toward New York via Turnpike.
Menendez's attorney said, where were the gold bars found? Gold bars were found in a locked closet. It is his wife's closet. The senator did not know the gold bars were there, although he did log onto the computer and asked how much gold bars go for, judging by the ounce, and that was on his web search. So that's going to be exciting, isn't it? Meanwhile, a large fight broke out between 10 people in front of the South Jamaica House of NYC HAs. It's the project's 160th Street, Tuskegee Airman Way. Ugly scene there. I'm Brian Kilmeade. That's Talk New York 77 WABC.
And that's Brian Kilmeade's Talk of New York on 77 WABC.
NYCH, New York City House.
Thanks for not giving the tapes of the Robert Hur interview on Joe Biden.
In 1,000 feet, use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left.
Why? Because Robert Hur's conclusion was he's too old and his memory is too bad to prosecute him, which is pretty damning. You forget that. Standing by this hour, we're going to have Congressman
Stay to the left to I-78, Garden State Parkway, I-95, New Jersey Turnpike toward New York via Turnpike.
At the trial, we have some moving parts there and some information coming in as Michael Cohen resumes testimony as defense gets a chance at their cross-examination for day 2. Let's get to the big 3.
And now with the stories you
Jersey Turnpike toward Holland Tunnel, New York City.
Holland Tunnel.
That's good enough for me.
Yeah. But yeah,
Wee wah, wee wah, wee wah.
the prosecution's entire case rests on the word of an admitted perjurer, which is a fancy legal word for liar. I mean, this case is just a disaster. And, you know, it may be that the judge has set it up in a way legally that the prosecution could still pull off a victory, and he's got a jury of New Yorkers, most of whom hate Trump. So anything could happen. But the one thing that we're seeing is that this, you know, as this case goes on, Trump's moving up in the polls. You know, it's not working.
Estimated time in traffic, 7 minutes.
From pulling ahead, which is probably why Joe Biden has agreed to debate him, because he's got to do something dramatically to alter the direction of this race.
Mark, I'm just going to fast forward ahead because we were talking about this in the break. I think that when they come up to the verdict on this trial, despite what we all think in logic enters into this, we've heard other people clearly are anti-Trumpers. Notice the holes in this case.
הליצן הזה לחשוב מחשבות, אל תתרגשו ממנו ואל תתרגשו מנערת הליווי שלידו, אל תתרגשו מאמא שלו, זונת המוניות של דימונה, אל תתרגשו מהבן הגיי שלו, אל תתרגשו מהבת החולת מין שלו, אל תתרגשו מכל השטויות שלו. לא נחסמנו ולא כלום, ואם הייתי נחסם, אתם הראשונים שהייתם יודעים, הייתי אומר לכם נחסמנו. להיחסם זה לא לצאת עד מדינה, אין בזה שום פדיחה. כולנו יודעים שטיקטוק זו מערכת קשה, ואתה נחסם על חוד המילה. לא נחסמנו, הייתי נחסם, הייתי אומר, כרגע החשבון על פרטי, בשביל שבאמת לא ניתן את התענוג לסמרטוטים האלה, ובאמת לא ייפגע לנו הניקוד, אני נותן לו להירגע. מחר בעזרת השם אנחנו נעלה את רפאל ארבס לשידור מרתק, מרגש, אמיתי, נזיר אותו מהנבלה הזה. נמשיך את כל הסיפור על נערת המקלטים, ויש לי עוד חשיפות יוצא למסיבות גייז ועושה אימא לב ואבא לב בשירותים שם. פרומו קטן, מחר נדבר. תשתעל, הבטטה הגיע. אולי כבודו אינו חש בטוב. יש בחוץ רוח פרצים. רכבת אחת בשעה וחצי.
What's up with this traffic?
For an NDA, for trying to kill a negative story that would embarrass him, I just don't think that I don't think there are a lot of people who say that this is legal experts on either side who say that this is a legitimate prosecution. And if you put the president in jail for something that a lot of people think is an illegitimate prosecution, I think it just proves out more in it helps with it.
Mark Houston, our guest. Mark, this is what Bob Costello, former attorney to Michael Cohen, just said to Bill Hemmer.
One thing that you're not reporting yet is that besides making that statement, I swear to God, I don't have anything on Donald Trump, he also said more times than that answer, guys, I want you to understand, I will do whatever the F I have to do. I will never spend a day in jail. And then he'd slam his hand on the conference room table. But what does that mean to you? That means this guy is saying, I will lie, cheat, steal, do whatever I have to do. I'm not going to jail. Well, he did go to jail. And who do you think he blames for that? And why do you think he names his most recent book?
In half a mile, use the right lane to stay to the right to I-95, New Jersey Turnpike.
Motive for doing it in the Michael Cohen act alone without the help. We know this we know that he signed checks to the president of the company, but had nothing to do with the company. And he's trying it for legal fees. That's what he said. They're trying to put a different check. And they're trying to put what Bob Costello says is, Bob Costello says that he did it on his own. And then Michael Cohen told him that, and I know because I was his attorney. And he's free to testify against Michael. He freed him up from executive client privilege, and he never got paid for Michael Cohen. So people wondering, why is he doing this now? To me, I don't see how you not put him on the stand. And when people say, well, the case has already been won, in whose case? Don't say that. It's not a Yankee game where we look at the final score. We have a jury we've never met who will decide who wins.
No, I agree 100%. I think the defense should call him as a witness. And quite frankly, this case is so bad that the judge should just dismiss it. Say at the end of the prosecution case, they haven't proved their case, which he could do. He's not going to do, but he should. I mean, this whole case is an atrocity. And just to put this in perspective, Brian, we've never, ever in the history of our country seen a former president prosecuted for anything. The idea is that, and so if you were going to prosecute a former president, it would have to be for something serious to the fate of our country and to break that precedent. And he's being prosecuted for this, for suppressing
In 1,000 feet, use the right lane to stay to the right to I-95, New Jersey Turnpike. Then stay to the left.
Real quick, I wanted you wrote about Speaker Johnson. I was able to. Here's what he said about the significance of the holding back Israel aid. I spoke about it.
I-95, New Jersey Turnpike. Use the left two lanes to stay to the left to I-95 North, New Jersey Turnpike.
Israel hates Taiwan, the repo act, to seize Russian assets so we can give them to Ukraine. Sanctions on Russia, Iran, and Taiwan. The TikTok bill to ban TikTok if not sold. He is exactly right. The idea that Joe Biden is withholding weapons from Israel because he's afraid of a few thousand voters in Dearborn, Michigan is an absolute disgrace. This man does not deserve to be president.
And he used to be a member of the previous Prime Minister's cabinet. And he came out and
Stay to
said
the left to I-80 West toward Lincoln Tunnel.
Are really dangerous. They can't, even though the Helsinki ruling came out and said there's justification for Ukraine to hit military facilities in Russia. We're stopping them from doing that. We are still slow-walking Patriot missile systems, and none of the aid that was earmarked 3 weeks ago has gotten there yet. And we have not had the foresight to push Germany to let some of the Leopard tanks just
Continue straight for 10 minutes to exit 16E, State Route 495 East toward Lincoln Tunnel.
The mission is right. The execution is all wrong.
So they had months while this bill was working its way through Congress to pre-position the equipment so that the second that it was passed by Congress, they could move it. And they didn't do it. Like, what were you waiting for? Why didn't you pre-position everything so they could move the second Congress authorized it? That's one. Two, what happened, what Bielak is talking about, and he's a great guy, what he was talking about is that the Russians just launched an offensive from Russia, and the Ukrainians were watching it. They positioned all these troops on the other side of the border, and they weren't allowed to hit them before they moved into Ukraine because the U.S. won't allow them to use any U.S. weapons on Russian territory. And so they had to sit there and watch the enemy massing its troops for a massive invasion. And once they come in pouring across the border, they're everywhere. It's much harder to hit them when they were concentrated right on the other side of the border. And those people are killing thousands of Ukrainians right now. So literally that decision, that policy is costing the lives of thousands of innocent Ukrainian civilians right now who are being killed by these Russian marauders.
So I asked Speaker Johnson how he felt about Kevin
Police
McCarthy
reported ahead.
when they went to remove you, Hakeem Jeffries and Democrats saved you. Here's what McCarthy came out and said, I would never allow myself to be saved. Here's what he said to that yesterday. Listen.
Kevin McCarthy said something last week that caught some people by surprise. He said, I never would have allowed myself to be saved by Democrats like Speaker Johnson.
Look, I can say a couple of things about that.
Might as well say it.
Kevin did tell people here in the building that he had made a deal with Pelosi and he thought that they would save him. By contrast, I didn't make any deals. I didn't have any conversations. I didn't ask any Democrats to do anything at all. They voted their own conscience. I think what they voted, what you saw was a recognition of people on both sides of the aisle that.
And he says the reason why he's very religious, and he says all you can do is the best you can for the right reasons. And if things don't work out, they weren't supposed to. And that's why he says he's so calm all the time. He doesn't worry about things that are out of his control. And so far, he's lived up to that. I've never seen him flustered.
No, not at all. He's a man of deep faith, and he's a great speaker. And the idea that he should allow Marjorie Taylor Greene and a knucklehead caucus of 9 Republicans to oust him because just let that happen is absurd. What he Promotional again is he's given the Republicans a chance to hold on to the House, because under the previous regime, the House was a disaster, and it wasn't getting things done. It was a circular firing squad. It was an embarrassment to the country, and it looked like we were going to lose the House. Maybe now that we've passed some massive legislation doing good things that the American people support, maybe Republicans have a chance of holding on to the House, and maybe we can even get a majority big enough that we can go back to ignoring Marjorie Taylor Greene and put her back on the backbench where she belongs, where nobody pays attention to anything she does.
Leslie, on the debate,
Marjorie
Trump
Taylor.
make the right move accepting the invitation?
100%. I mean, look, Trump's not afraid. He'll go, CNN said this with almost anyone. So, I think he's good. I think Trump is going to be fine. He's ready to debate anytime, any place, anywhere, under any circumstances. And Joe Biden's putting all these conditions. Like, we have to shut off the microphones. And we have to do it on certain networks. Because, God knows that he couldn't handle a question from Brett Baer or Martha McCallum. Okay, fine, coward. We'll debate on your cowardly stage. That's fine. Donald Trump can handle it.
Mark Keegan,
strength.
We'll give you the latest on the trial in a moment. Mark's got a great column on the Washington failed. A large fight broke out. 10 people at 160th Street Reunion Grill, right near Tuskegee Airway Way in South Jamaica, just before 7:45 p.m. Nice. NYPD officers rescued a man who fell into the subway with seizures. They came running down at 5:30 during rush hour on 3rd Avenue, 149th Street. They pulled this guy off and saved their lives. So many people
Estimated
do that.
time in traffic,
Unbelievable. The
7
Giants will be
minutes.
featured on Hard Knocks. Make sure you listen to Brian Kilmeade Show 10 to noon on 77 WABC. This has been your Tell the Towers Foundation New York Minute. In the wake of 9/11, the Tell the Towers Foundation pledged to do good and never forget the sacrifices of America's heroes. The foundation has been helping our nation's heroes ever since. Heroes like veteran Army Major Jonathan Turnbull. Turnbull was left blinded by an ISIS suicide bomber. Tell the Towers provided him with a smart home, giving him back his day-to-day independence. Join Tell the Towers in helping our nation's most severely injured heroes by donating $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. T2T.org.
Hi, everybody. It's your cousin Brucey. Listen, I want to talk to you about Riverwalk and River Spring Living for adults 65 and older, situated overlooking the beautiful Hudson River on a 32-acre River Spring Living campus in New York City. Cousins, each senior apartment boasts a special design, full-size kitchen, plenty of space, and lots of windows for that view of the Hudson River. Riverwalk is a vibrant, independent living community with built-in social life and activities or amenities. Think of a salon, a movie theater, and a gym. And if that's not enough for you, you have very easy access to everything you love in Manhattan. 24/7 security provides peace of mind and daily chef-crafted delicious meals with weekly housekeeping. This is maintenance-free, cousins, and pet-friendly living at its very finest. Your best years are waiting for you now at Riverwalk. Riverwalk Apartments, starting at just $4,500 per month. Call 833-42-RIVER, 833-42-RIVER, or visit riverwalk.org/radio. 833-42-RIVER, Riverwalk Senior Apartments. Your Independence Day awaits you now at Riverwalk.
If you own your own home, well, here's a little scoop. When your tap runs cloudy or it smells like poop, if there's rust or stains in your tub, then you gotta call up the pros. Have long out clean water, tap water pure from the outlet you sink, and all you sing and all you sink to enjoy everything from your tap. You gotta call up the pros. Have long out clean water. Introducing the Reionator Pro Ultra. The Reionator Pro Ultra creates premium water. The Reionator Pro Ultra gives you peak water softness, and the Reionator Pro Ultra solves it all, addressing hard water, chlorine, chloramines, iron, nitrates, chemicals, and more. For details about the Reionator Pro Ultra, call Long Island Clean Water. To enjoy everything from your tap, you gotta call up the pros at Long Island Clean Water. 516-694-PURE. Call 516-694-PURE.
We're going abroad for the first time in years to Spain.
But we don't speak Spanish.
So we started using Babbel.
And started learning Spanish fast. With Babbel, you can start having conversations in another language in just 3 weeks. Babbel's conversational method teaches you real-life words and phrases. And with Babbel's interactive bite-sized lessons, you'll remember what you learned.
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿Cómo te llamas?
¿De dónde eres?
¿De dónde eres?
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
In just 3 weeks, we're starting to have conversations in Spanish.
Estoy muy emocionado para ir a España contigo.
Aw, she just said, I'm very excited to go to Spain with you. Nos vamos a divertir mucho.
And that means we're going to have a lot of fun.
Sí. Gracias, Babbel.
Babbel, language for life. Celebrating 10 million subscriptions sold. Now try Babbel for free at Babbel.com. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
We here at 77 WABC are so happy that Sitting Friends in the Morning is ranked number 15 in the nation of the 100 most important radio hosts in America. But we're asking you, no, we're begging you, don't tell Sid. Sid's coworkers just can't handle Sid's ego. Constantly patting it. So whatever you do, don't tell Sid that Sid and Friends in the Morning is ranked number 15 in the nation of the 100 most important radio hosts in America. An American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC at WABCRadio.com.
What value is such an
acknowledgement is action takes 2 weeks. The lesson that Penn has been teaching students and faculty is that violence and harassment work. Penn has allowed individuals to act with impunity. When we applied to Penn, we expected to be nervous about our final exams. What we didn't expect was to have counterterrorism units roaming on our campus. Taxpayers weren't aware that their federal dollars would support the hate that has taken root at Penn. But make no mistake, it is not the administration alone. Some professors at Penn are also abetting hateful speech and conduct.
And that is a student speaking out about the horrendous behavior at the University of Pennsylvania. We're now also finding about UC Irvine, where the kids sitting in got the president to acquiesce and say, I will promise to consult with students on our investment strategy. When the board found out about that, they suspended the president. But it's happening. It's happening at Rutgers, happening at Brown, happening at Northwestern. They're giving in to these idiots who have no idea about the Middle East. And if you don't like how your school invests, or you don't like the campus, you don't like the size of the dorms, pick another school. Congressman Burgess Owens joins us right now, member of the Transportation, House and Education Committee. Congressman, welcome back. Your thoughts about that kid's statement?
Well, it's spot on. And I'll say this, Brian, sometimes it takes really difficult times for us to go through. But out of those difficult times, American people start talking. We realize really what we've always stood for. We want our kids to be able to be productive, to stand on our shoulders and be more successful than we were. The last 2 years between COVID, October 7th, we're recognizing that our culture has been hijacked. And we're now realizing how it's been done. It's been done through stealth, through lying. It's been through the educational system. It's a slow march of Marxism that's been happening for decades. So we're seeing these some of these kids coming out the results of indoctrination. We're also seeing we have the same ilk in these professors. They find it's a very soft spot. It's very easy. They get tenure. They sit back, and all they have to do is get paid a six-figure income and indoctrinate our kids, and they're truly happy with it. So now we know. And we're going to start holding them accountable. I'm part of the Education Workforce Committee, and I think right now we're recognizing that education is a national security issue. We see the border, we understand that, we know what we have to get done to make that tangible thing happen, but we're also recognizing what's happening in our classrooms behind our backs is important or more important to make sure we get our kids back on track and away from this evil Marxist ideology.
I want you to hear more from this Penn student, Eva Jacoby, he's Jewish, cut 21.
They also vandalized the Benjamin Franklin statue with Nazi and Hamas logos, as well as graffiti reading, quote, Zio's get... While the encampment persisted on an anonymous social media app exclusive to Penn students, posts read, quote, burn filthy Zio, and, quote, keep protesting louder. Hamas just made a statement, and they're with us. Penn, after 16 days, finally disbanded the encampment, declaring, quote, our community has been under threat for too long.
What a gutless bunch, right? I mean, gutless, because they got to call the cops in. When the cops come in, they have to deal with this crap because these people are afraid of their students.
Yeah. Well, you're right, the cowards, I would say that up front. And we've been led by people who adhere to the Marxist ideology. We now understand, we've been hearing about this stuff for years, not having a name for it, a teaching that we judge each other based on our skin color, based on our culture, based on our religion. That has never been the American way. And Brian, we got past this back when I was a kid in the 60s. We thought we moved past this mess where you have bigotry. You put the black name into this process here, and we would never stand for it.
What do you mean? What do you mean? If they were protesting black students on campus, what would it be like?
Well, first of all, it would take a nanosecond for them to come in and make sure if there were bigots, KKK bigots, everybody would be looking at it. They'll be saying this is not right. They put people in jail for decades. It would be a big issue, but because of this ideology of oppressive, they'll never be in empathy. And that's what we realized on October 7th. I had no idea how far our kids are getting pulled away from our culture when they have no idea what evil looks like and cannot stand up against it. So the good thing is we now know. And I'll tell you, Brian, when we wake up as a country, it's nothing more powerful. We the people will address this. Thank goodness we have a Congress right now that's led by the Republican Party. It's a priority for us, and we're going to make sure we hold these councils accountable. take away the funds, make sure the outcome is the
Watch
right
out.
outcome.
Object on
and
road ahead.
Give our colleges a level playing field so those others can compete, and they'll get the funding if these Ivy League colleges don't want to do their job.
Well, yeah, I mean, we'll have to see. Also, how about this revelation? FoxNews.com, Fox News Digital. The Chinese Communist Party linked to networks behind the well-funded anti-Israel campus protest. A new report from the Network Contagion Research, NCRI, shows a political activist group linked to the Chinese Communist Party has played a crucial role in funding and organizing anti-Israel protests and have disrupted college campuses across the U.S. in recent weeks. Though ostensibly focused on Israel, the broader protests are part of a well-funded initiative driving a revolutionary anti-government, anti-capitalist agenda. How long are we going to sit there and let ourselves be played by Russia and China?
Well, we shouldn't be surprised. We have legislation that says these colleges should be transparent. Where's the money coming in? We realize this, with our new Congress, the Republican states are taking place, that 60% of them have not given us the information they needed. So they have not been held accountable for this, and we really...
60% what? 60% of colleges, when you ask them to find out what kind of money you have coming and where it's coming from, 60% have not answered you?
Well, 60%, the way it's set up, they should be reporting every year where the money was coming from, how much it was, and 60% of it. We just took control of this process a year and a half ago. We took control and realized that 60% have not been giving us the information they need. So that's one of the first things we're going to get to when talking about oversight is holding these people accountable. Where is the money coming from? These endowment funds, these are dollars put in place. Where is that coming from? So we're now understanding that we are under attack. Where the attack is coming from. And I say another thing. President Trump has already decided that this is going to be one of his top priorities, handling this issue of being attacked from within. So I'm excited about having a bigger majority in the Senate and getting President Trump. Believe me, this will end.
Believe me, you better believe me.
Biden, President Trump, I know he supports you. You won your seat in a very, very tough race. Your seat's always going to be competitive. Now you have an opponent, Katrina Fallick-Wong. She won the Democratic primary. Meanwhile, I thought this was significant. Another football player, a little bit more aggressive than you, different position, showed up along with Otis Anderson in Wildwood, New Jersey, as a black man and maybe the greatest player of all time, New York Giant. Lawrence Taylor said this.
I just wanted to say I grew up a Democrat, and I've always been a Democrat until I met this man right here. I'll tell you what. He will not have to worry about nobody in my family ever vote for a Democratic people.
How many other people have you talked to that you never thought would understand what the Republican Party could do for them and are now thinking like you in the black community?
Brian, I've been praying for this year, for this time, for 40 years. When I made the transition with Reagan, I went from a Democrat to Republican. Basically, I was always been a conservative. But I went from Democrat to Republican, realizing only the conservative values with the Republican Party. This has been the day I've been waiting for, and I tell you what, once race gets back to the culture, the values that we've always believed important, we will never, ever go back. And that's the biggest threat to the Democratic Party because it's an emotional deal. Once we've broken that emotional dependency with these guys, when we go back to our values, then we become a threat to the Democratic Party. And you wonder why the border's open? They get this, and they realize that if they lose us, which they're doing, they have to figure out a way to bring other people, bring in the independent to make their case. So I'm excited about where we are. The black community is waking up in a big way. We want the same thing every other race wants: freedom, opportunity, our jobs, our businesses, our kids to grow up and have a bigger future. And we realize it's not the Democratic Party going to do that. With the idea that they use millions of political strategy, we have to go to a place where we know the American dream is still alive and well, and that's the Republican Party.
I would love to one day soon reverse the hyphen, whereas we're an American African, an American Irish American, American Irish. Just like think America first. Everyone's like, well, it's good for Hispanics, it's good for blacks, it's good for whites. I would love to get to the point. But the only people that do that are maybe strategists behind the scenes, and it no longer is in part of every news copy and part of our everyday language. Reverse the hyphen.
This is why President Trump was such a threat. In October 26th,
lane to exit to Secaucus Service Road. Exit right to Secaucus Service Road. In 900 feet, use the right lane to exit to Island Boulevard. Then turn left.
All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-555-2085. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-555-2085. Big Lou will answer your call and look
Exit right to Island Boulevard. Then turn left on Lighting Way.
Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. Call 800-555-2085. 800-555-2085 or biglou.com.
My wife and I both, we ended up mildly sick for a few months, and the nasal congestion was probably the worst part. I had like a post-nasal drip, just super congested all the time. We were taking everything we possibly could, but nothing really worked.
Turn left on Lighting Way.
Until a friend recommended Navage. Navage offers immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Don't live in misery this cold season. Use Navage so you can breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
You've arrived at your destination.
Completely cleaned out my nasal passages. It was from the first use. I was able to just clear out anything that was stopping me from breathing correctly. Navage helped me clear the way, literally clear the way, for me to operate better in the rest of my life.
Experience the Navage difference yourself. Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid. Navage. N-A-V-A-G-E. Attention. If you have Medicaid and live in New York and need assistance with daily
How you doing?
you can receive a 100% free service.
Welcome,
and get help in the
welcome.
comfort
Going
of
to
your
Times
own
Square,
home by
yeah.
a loved one. Call Freedom Care now so you can receive daily help.
Welcome. Going to Times Square, New York.
Receiving transportation
Lip
and
sync.
more. All done by a family member
How you
or
doing?
friend that gets paid
We're going to Times Square, yeah?
you decide who provides your care, and your caregiver gets paid instantly after their shift. It's all funded by Medicaid, so it's
In 500 feet,
free to you.
turn right.
Call in the next 10 minutes to see if you qualify. The Freedom Care family will explain the process.
In 400 feet, turn right on Mill Creek Drive. In 400 feet, turn right on Mill Creek Drive. Turn right on Mill Creek Drive. In 600 feet, turn right on Mill Creek Drive. Turn right on Mill Creek Drive. In 600 feet, turn right on Mill Creek Drive.
516-447-2106. The following is a paid political announcement.
Kirsten Gillibrand has been an embarrassing failure, and a rubber stamp for Biden's open border.
In 300 feet, turn right.
New Yorkers deserve better. It starts by
Turn right on Island Boulevard.
Mike's as tough as they come after serving 20 years in the NYC. And he built a global security company with 800 employees. Democrats are clueless, but Mike knows exactly what it takes to secure the border.
In 700 feet, turn right on Mill Creek Drive.
President Trump told Mike Seppertone a strong and successful person and gave Mike his complete and total endorsement. Stand with President Trump and Mike Seppertone to take back New York. Go to Mike Seppertone.
Turn right on Mill Creek Drive.
Send a New York detective to fight for us in the United States Senate.
I'm Mike Sappertone, candidate for your Senate, and I will be
Paid for by Seppertone for Senate.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
In 1,000 feet, use the right lane to turn right. In a quarter of a mile, continue to State Route 3 East Local. Continue to State Route 3 East Local. In a quarter of a mile, stay to the left to State Route 495, US 1, US 9, Lincoln Tunnel, Kennedy Boulevard toward Jersey City. Use the left lane to stay to the left to State Route 495, US 1, US 9, Lincoln Tunnel, Kennedy Boulevard toward Jersey City. In 900 feet, use the right lane to exit to State Route 495 East toward Lincoln Tunnel, New York City. Exit right to State Route 495 East toward Lincoln Tunnel, New York City. In half a mile, use the left lane to stay to the left to Lincoln Tunnel. In 1,000 feet, stay to the left. Stay to the left to Lincoln Tunnel. In 900 feet, stay to the left to Lincoln Tunnel, Center 2.
WABC Chi-Town 1059, 61 degrees. Overcast sky on this Thursday, May 16th. Good morning, I'm James Flippin. A 12-year-old girl is recovering from gunshot wounds in what's being called a street brawl in Jamaica, Queens. Just around 8 o'clock last night, the girl shot in the left arm. A 26-year-old woman was stabbed in the chest, and an 18-year-old woman was injured.
Stay to the left to Lincoln Tunnel, Center 2.
Two masked men walked up to the brawl and opened fire, then took off in a car. No arrest made as of now. Former President Trump's non-disclosure agreement trial was on pause yesterday. It's normal day of recess on Wednesday. Tomorrow, he'll be excused to attend his son Barron's high school graduation. But right now, he's back in court with Michael Cohen giving more testimony.
Cohen faced a tough cross-examination on Tuesday. He told the jury the former president orchestrated the scheme to falsify business records and hide the $130,000 payment made to adult film actress Stormy Daniels. The defense tried to portray Cohen as a liar, who's a convicted and disbarred lawyer who lied to Congress. Former President Trump denies any wrongdoing. I'm Mark Neville.
Meanwhile, the stage is set for President Joe Biden to debate former President Trump next month. The first debate will take place reportedly June 27th on CNN, but not every New Yorker is exactly thrilled to see the oldest presidential candidates in history square off.
It'll be interesting to see how the show goes, to see, what's said and, who actually sticks to the issue.
In 1.5 miles, stay to the right 242nd Street to New York 9A, Uptown Theater District.
Near 66. Wind gusts today as high as 28 miles per hour. Overnight, a 30% chance of rain. Cloudy otherwise with a low near 58. WABC News Time 1102, 61 and overcast in Midtown. I'm James Flippin, and the news never stops at WABCRadio.com.
Sid and Friends in the morning, right and the left. The best talk every day and music on the weekends. We are the world famous 77 WABC.
Is mental health awareness month. Learn more how modern life affects mental health with new resources to navigate our changing world. Struggling with the pressures of today's world, feeling alone or wondering if they can feel better. This is where to start. 77 WABC cares.
From the Hudson Valley to Long Island to New York City, here's Brian Kilmeade with the talk of New York.
All right, first the good news. 11 o'clock here this Thursday. This is the talk of New York, 77 WABC. Yanks win again very impressively. Final score 4-0. I think Aaron Judge went 4 for 4. He is getting locked in his 11th home run of the season. Someone tape measured it 467 feet. One shot. Mets lose 10-5. What else is new? This is more examples of heroes. Dramatic camera footage captured the heart-pounding moment. 2 NYPD officers raced through a Bronx subway station to rescue a man who had fallen onto the tracks during a medical emergency. Two of New York's finest from the 47th precinct rushed into the station during rush hour, 3rd Avenue, 149th Street, about 5:30. The man reportedly suffered that seizure. They pulled him off the tracks. He's okay. Great job, everybody. Made that happen. Meanwhile, we know what's going to be happening today. Day 18 of New York versus Donald Trump. Donald Trump's going to have a lot of support from Congress. Other Republicans are showing up to speak because he can't because of the gag order. So there'll be a press conference there. You'll see with the background about 9:15. We'll talk about it. Maybe bring it back. We'll bring back the president's remarks on the show. We'll see what they say. We'll see how many people pick it up. I know Fox will do most of it. Another big trial. New Jersey Senator Bob Menendez, a disgrace to everybody that knows him, as well as the state of New Jersey. He claims in opening remarks now that a jury has finally been selected, that he was sidelined. He did not know about all this bribery. He blamed his wife, fantastic, Nadine. His lawyer came out and said, where were the gold bars found? Gold bars were found in a closet. It was locked. It was Nadine's closet. How classic. I'm Brian Kilmeade. That's the talk show. 77.
And that's Brian Kilmeade's Talk of New York on 77 WABC.
Janine Pirro here. Who is there for heroes when a family's left behind, when a service member or first responder dies, or is catastrophically injured in the line of duty? Who helps our country's homeless veterans? And who helps our nation to never forget 9/11? Let me tell you who. The Tunnel to Towers Foundation, that's who. The foundation's gold star, fallen first responder, smart home, and homeless veteran programs comprise their In the Line of Duty
left on 10th Avenue.
Committee in the House, and that's what we're looking to do. Is like, here's the deal: you're not going to get any taxpayer dollars to teach us kids poison and spit it on us.
I hear that. By the way, you got a primary coming up on May 28th, and a lot of people are stunned, including the Speaker of the House, who I spoke to 2 days ago, that Matt Gaetz is supporting your opponent, all because you joined Senator Cornyn, perhaps on some type of gun legislation after your Uvalde shooting.
Yeah, you know, look, my district is brutal. It's tough. It's a tough district, Brian. It's larger.
Estimated time in traffic, 17 minutes.
Nearly half of the overall southern border, and it's so large. I basically represent 4 different types of people that think 4 different ways. And after the Uvalde shooting, worst school shooting in Texas history, I had everybody call me and say, "Here's the deal, Tony. You have to do something, but don't take our guns away." And that's exactly what I did. We raised the background checks for minors, but we did not mess with the age limit of someone. I fought against that. I fought against any banning of any assault weapons. Fought against any universal background checks. But there's so many people that just
In 400 feet, use the right 2 lanes to turn right on West 42nd Street.
other members come. And it's a little unfortunate, you know, with this part of it, like, you better have thick skin if you're in politics. And I have the thickest skin. I'm just trying to deliver for my people, for my district.
Estimated time in traffic, 8 minutes.
Here's what the Speaker told me about your situation.
Congressman Gonzalez in Texas, the primary. Congressman Gates in Florida is being primaried. These are contentious seats. Does that help or hurt your cause? Is that good for the party?
It's terrible for the party. It hurts the cause. And I've told all of our team over and over and over, guys, let's not have the circular firing squad here. What we need to demonstrate is unity in the party and competence to govern. And we do that well when we stick together. And I don't think it's productive for anybody to be challenging their sitting colleagues and incumbents and friends. I hope we can get beyond that. I think soon the primary season will be over and we'll be able to focus on what the real battle is, and that's the general interest to grow this majority. I think we're going to be able to do that.
And he made it pretty clear. Has he been in your corner?
Turn right on West 42nd Street.
Absolutely. Look, you don't have to, if you don't agree with everything the president does, it's called welcome to the world. I mean, no one agrees with everybody anytime.
你肯定不是 C。
I think I'm ID. Maybe not. Yeah, I don't think it's D. I don't know ID.
这个是什么？它可能也是有
Maybe
个 D。
TC.
哇，DC 跟 Daddy 一样呢。
DC 了 TI.
I don't think she has I.
没有咩？
她蛮 introvert。
有咩？
她好像蛮 introvert。我看她没有，她是 DC 可能是。会不会是的 eldest man 会是比较低？
会不会是 D 的？
大股肯定是 D。
还有什么 D 呢 ？DC 啊？
我觉得
还有 C 咩？那只是 pure D 的。
没有 balance 的这样。
啊，那个 pure D 嘛，好吧？还有 C 咩？
如果是 pure D 要加 C 啊。我跟那个谁阿英讲lip sync and elder son are you stressed? Is it stressful? I say well, I'm so grateful because there is a D he's very responsible and he takes care of a lot of things and I don't need to take care of a lot of things. In the way I say I'm so grateful that he has his DC. I was thought this is stressful. Yeah, like Ayin.
这是阿英。
Ayin. 有一次 push 他们最好。说你有没有什么追我的？ 他知道你怎样用，像勤劳呢，是不是？
啊，你没有什么追我的？怎么？你有追别人没？你有追别人没？
那些好像你看穆比这样快走，也是因为长过来我这边就没有。
穆比本来不能聊，
对了，把这次跟他又不敢。I will start setting expectation. Just keep focusing on that.
Yeah, I'm gonna stop you in the corner, then you can go left, the main one, okay? This Times Square, okay? Thank you. You go left, that's the main section. Okay, thank you. Have a good day. Have a good day. Thank you. Thank you. Good luck.
Optimum spectrum, whatever, your cable box, and it's great quality. How did you go back in the store? How come it's not as sharp as the one in the store? So I checked into that. It's apparently because when you're watching it at home, it's coming from someplace. It's coming through the cable, or it's streaming online. So that's the quality. When you look at it in the store, it's not streaming. It's not coming from anywhere. It's built into the TV. It's actual video system right there. It doesn't stream. They should be allowed to return. You know, they had these Me Too scandal guys that were wiped out. You never saw them again. What was Louis C.K. doing? Was he one of those? Oh yeah, he was. Yeah, Jeffrey Toobin there. He was. Yeah, his idea of romancing a woman, get them to your hotel room, pull down your pants, and start pleasuring yourself. It sounds like the dumbest scheme I've ever heard. It doesn't seem to make any sense. If you're going to do that, what do you even need her for? If you're self-service there, what do you need her there for? So it was horrible. A number of women came for him, and that was his career over. Although he does appear some places. But. So Bill Maher, about this whole thing about it can't be permanent, this Me Too stuff. maybe you go in the penalty box for a few years, but then you got to be allowed back. It just isn't right to make it permanent. Mars said people have done so much worse and gotten less. There's no rhyme or reason to this permanent Me Too punishment. After a while, let him, maybe he's right. I don't know. What do you think? Let me know. We'll take some calls in a minute. 800-321-0710 is the number. 800-321-0710. Now, check out the web page. A couple of things are up there. One, this is pretty interesting. We're talking about Robert De Niro. Why is he so dumb? And you're like, well, all the great actors are dumb. I don't know, for some reason you got to be really dumb to be a great actor. Now watch the brilliant Truman Capote explained this. This is years ago. He's talking to Johnny Carson. He explains why the greatest actors are always very dumb. Watch him explain it. And he also opened the webpage. If you got a PIN number, 4-digit PIN number, you better take a look at this list. These are the most dangerous PIN numbers you can have because they're the most common ones. Every hacker tries these first. Make sure your PIN number is not on this list. It's all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
Mark Simone wants to hear from you on 710WOR. 800-321-0710. 800-321-0710. Travis and Buck Sexton. Trump said we need somebody who's ready to go as VP. What if he announced his finalists? I'm going to make my pick live on stage. That would be very Trumpian. Hey, Travis and Buck Sexton. We take it on 710 WOR. Hey, Balance of Nature makes these great fruits and veggies in capsules. And I know a lot of people that take them. They all say they just feel better, more energy. It's a smart thing to do. It's kind of a no-brainer. Servings a day. Now, nobody can actually get that done, but Balance of Nature's put it into capsules, so this will help you out. You just take these capsules every day. When you take your vitamins and your supplements, it's give you what you're missing in your diet. So add this to your daily routine. It'll give you a nice dose of fruits and veggies. They take 31 different whole ripened fruits and vegetables, powder them with a special process to keep as much nutrition as you can, and they put them into capsules. Add it to your daily routine. It's good for you. You can get 35% off your first order. Just use the code WOR. Go to balanceofnature.com, balanceofnature.com, and to get the discount, use the code WOR. Marker and action. This is the WOR Movie Minute with film critic Joe Newmeyer.
Hey Hollywood, if you make kids films you think adults may like, or if you make grown-up movies too childish, you wind up with movies like If, opening in multiplexes this weekend. If stands for Imaginary Friends, and those are the odd, supposedly lovable characters a 12-year-old girl named Bee meets while her dad, played by writer and director John Krasinski, is in the hospital. Now, the IFs are led by a quirky guy in a carnival barker suit named Cal, played by Ryan Reynolds, and he and Bee try to find new kids for the imaginary friends to haunt, inspire. This movie wants to feel like Pixar flicks like Monsters, Inc. or Inside Out, but it really feels as if The Sixth Sense became a bad 90s comedy with Eddie Murphy or Robin Williams. Kaylee Fleming does a nice job as Bee, and Reynolds is refreshingly not hyper, but the unfunny, uncute, and clunky If earns just one, possibly imaginary star. With the WOR Movie Minute, I'm Joe Newmeyer.
Looking to navigate your financial future with confidence? Reach out to the Jelinski Advisory Group today at 888-988-JOSH. That's 888-988-5674 for a complimentary, no-obligation financial review. They take the time to review your specific needs to help you plan for the unexpected, protect the ones you love, or plan for your kids' college education. Whether you're a business owner or individual, their comprehensive approach is focused on developing a strategy while working with your CPA and attorney to personalize a strategy for you. If you're looking for a second opinion, give them a call for your no-obligation review. Call 888-988-5674 today. That's 888-988-JOSH. Want more financial wisdom on the go? Check out the Financial Quarterback Podcast, available on all major podcast platforms. Let Jelinski Advisory Group help guide you. All investments involve a degree of risk. Insurance services offered through Jelinski Advisory Group, Inc. Advisory services offered through Wealth Quarterback, LLC, SEC registered investment advisory firm.
Take WOR with you wherever you go. We're always available on the free iHeartRadio app.
Hey,
Sean Hannity here. Now, you've heard of a summer body, right? What about a summer smile? The renowned doctors at Smart Arches Dental Implant Centers are ready to get you back on top of your game, not to mention the summer foods that you'll enjoy again, like corn on the cob and steak. If you're currently missing teeth, this one-day procedure using advanced technology and expert precision, it will transform your life. It's an affordable and permanent new smile. Schedule a free consultation in their Manhattan office or in Brick or Monroe, New Jersey. SmartArchesDental.com for a free consultation and select radio in the drop-down. Or you can give them a call. It's 800-804-0174 and mention radio. That's 800-804-0174 and save $2,000 per arch and an extra $250 off your first appointment. Just say friends and family celebration. Time is running out. 800-804-0174. Smart Arches Dental Implants. Get your smile back, get your life back.
On FanDuel Casino, you'll find games you can't play anywhere else. Step inside the factory gates for a chance to unwrap sweet wins when you play the World of Wonka slot game. Spin for 24-karat wins in FanDuel Gold. And sink your claws into Fort Knox-sized jackpots in Fort Knox Cash. Plus, keep an eye out for more new games coming exclusively to FanDuel Casino. Exclusive games are just one of the reasons why FanDuel Casino is the #1 rated casino app. So sign up for FanDuel Casino at FanDuel.com/iHeartNJ today. And play it again with up to $1,000 back if you're down after your first day. 21 plus and present in New Jersey. Must not have previously placed any wager on FanDuel Sportsbook, FanDuel Casino, Betfair Casino, or Mohegan Sun Casino. Refund issued as non-withdrawable casino-only site credits that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See full 800-GAMBLER or visit FanDuel.com/RG.
For centuries, the bond between horse and human has been forged by trust and hands-on care. Now the sport of thoroughbred racing is combining those traditions with cutting-edge technology and meaningful reforms, raising its safety standards to the highest levels. New investment in wearable biometric devices that measure subtle changes in a horse's stride, and the use of advanced imaging technologies help flag potential problems for early intervention by expert veterinarians, reducing injury risk. And the Sports Independent Regulator, HISA, is implementing comprehensive reforms, including state-of-the-art testing, monitoring, and strict enforcement, along with new uniform safety standards, enhanced veterinary protocols, and other measures to ensure the safest environment possible for racing. Meaningful reforms, the latest technology, higher standards. The sport's equine athletes are surrounded by an ecosystem of care and a commitment to do more to protect both horse and riders. So, win or lose, safety runs first. To learn more,
Listening to the Mark Simone Show
on 710 WOR. Hey, the Trump trial is going on. Michael Cohen on the stand all day. He's sounding a lot like Fredo. Why'd you do this? Why'd you do? Well, they were dangling a pardon in front of me. They kept saying they'd pardon me. They told me they would pardon me. He said there was something in it for me. There was something in it for me. So he definitely is Fredo in this situation.
JFK, La Guardia, Newark.
Good morning, Mark.
Yeah.
That was my best friend, Smith. Best friend. Shout out, man. You're the best. Hey, listen. Mark, I got there's 14 seconds.
JFK, La Guardia, Newark. Shawarma. Do you want a shawarma? Or shawarma to go? Or shawarma to stay? Shawarma. Do you have a shawarma?
Quick. 13 minutes and 44 seconds. There's 7 errors. They couldn't get him to do this all in one take. He kept screwing up. So they had to take pieces and cut it together. Listen to it.
Donald Trump lost 2 debates to me in 2020. Don't tell me he hasn't shown up to debate. Now he's acting like he wants to debate me again. Well, make my day, pal. I'll even do it twice. First, pick the dates, Donald. I heard you're free on Wednesdays.
Yeah, so they couldn't get it in one take. 7 edits in there. They had to speed it up. Apparently it was dragging. The voices sped up a little. And they put music under it. Pretty pathetic. Let's go to Ronald in the Bronx. Ronald, how you doing?
Yes, good morning, Mark. Is Trump's legal fees for his court case coming out of his own pocket or campaign fund?
It should be campaign fund. Usually that's how you do it.
It must be costing him a fortune.
Oh, not at all. Not at all. No, and Biden's paying his legal fees out of his campaign fund as well. It's common. You always do that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, it's not. I mean, it is a fortune, but not to Trump. You know, if you're worth according to Forbes, which is very accurate on that, he's now worth $7 billion. So if let's say you had $10 million in legal fees, it's a fortune. But when you got $7 billion, and he's taking it out of the campaign fund, the campaign probably has $300-400 million. So you can don't criticize him for using campaign funds. Biden is doing that too. All candidates take it out of the campaign fund. Let's go to Vincent in Brooklyn. Vincent, how you doing?
I'm okay, Mark. Mark, I'm glad you brought up the problem of inflation once again. It's increasing. It's getting worse. This question, what I'm about to say, is directed to all the homemakers in this country, men, women, grandmothers, wives who make and buy their own food. They're the ones who know most. I heard a national commentator recently say that Donald Trump is a liar when he says that inflation is 50%. Well, I almost threw a beer bottle through the TV screen when I heard that, because you want to know what? In some cases, inflation is over 100%. Inflation is product dependent. The more, for example, meat, when Donald Trump was president, ground chuck, for example, hamburger meat was on average $2.99 a pound. Now it's $4.99 a pound. Gas was $1.85 when I gassed up when Trump was president, right before the election. Now what is it? $3.79 in New York? Especially if any product uses petroleum byproducts, the prices are practically double. You go buy any high quality, good paint. I'm not talking about some cheap garbage from a big box store. Name brand paint, over 100% more per gallon. As you talked about, the Big Macs and all those the fast food, well, because the product, the food that they use had the petroleum byproducts in the fertilizer. And farmers will tell you that the fertilizer, the price of fertilizer is God food. So when this person said, oh, Donald Trump said it's 50%, it's more like being like 19%. All the dash pound. It's totally dependent upon what you're buying. And on average, Donald Trump is being modest.
Yeah.
It's more like 75%.
All right, so that's an excellent point. Hey, by the way, you see the inflation number. That doesn't include food and it doesn't include energy. I know it's crazy. Remember, Jimmy Carter had 18% inflation. So they changed the way they calculated. They removed food and gas. So when you hear the inflation number, it's not really accurate. You got to add in food and inflation, food and gas to really know. And by the way, everything is made with petroleum. Look at this. This water bottle, plastic, made with petroleum. This coffee cup, made with petroleum. The pen, made with petroleum, is used in almost every product that raises the price of energy. When we come back, Ann Coulter will be with us next. But first, let's get the latest news on 710 WOR.
Bye-bye, Mark Simone. Bye-bye.
Attorneys for Donald Trump have resumed their cross-examination of Michael Cohen. They're attacking his credibility and questioning him over his past lies and his public criticism of Donald Trump. The first witness is expected to be called today at the corruption trial of Senator Bob Menendez. Prosecutors say he put his power up for sale by accepting lavish gifts in exchange for providing favors for foreign governments.
Head to your pickup at 55W 46th Street.
Nadine has breast cancer.
Turn right on West 46th Street, then pick up Amy on the left.
And was scheduled to be tried separately. President Biden is asserting executive privilege to prevent the release of his interview with the special counsel. Special counsel Robert Hur questioned Biden's mental capabilities in a report on his handling of classified material. Time now for a check on the WOR Weather Channel forecast. Most won't see rain this afternoon. Most will stay dry. Just clouds in the forecast. Highs in the low and mid-60s. Low tonight near 60 as the clouds continue. Cloudy tomorrow, high 70.
Cloudy, cooler than average temperatures on Saturday. The Saturday's high near 60. Clouds this hour in 60s. Richard Wedding at the Weather Channel on 710 WOR.
This report is sponsored by Discover. As humans, we like having options. One option you might like is speaking with a real person when you call about your credit card. With 24/7 live U.S.-based customer service from Discover, everyone can talk to a real person anytime, day or night. Limitations apply. See terms at discover.com/credit card. Your next update is at 12 o'clock. Breaking news at 1. I'll be there when you start your day with Len Berman and Michael Weedle in the morning. 6 to 10 tonight. I'm Larry Mency on 710 WOR. Before your day ends, get the story behind today's biggest headlines. The John Batchelor Show. Weeknights 9 to midnight, only on 710 WOR.
Hey, My Pillow makes all this great stuff, obviously the pillows. In fact, it's the biggest selling pillow in the history of the world. 50 million of them are out there. But right now they're doing this $25 extravaganza. A lot of their products are $25.
Pick up Amy on the left.
Pillows, $25. Even the premium My Pillow, the Giza fabric, any size, even king size, $25. But while they're doing this sale, take advantage of it because you can now get some of the other products $25. So if you want to try some of their other stuff, the My Pillow sandals, $25. They got the 6-pack towel set, $25. The new 4-pack dish towels, $25. So this is just for a limited time. So do it right now while the sale is on. You got to use the code WOR, but it's a good chance to try it. But you can just go to the website. You'll see they make all these different products, lots of them. Just go to mypillow.com, and to get the special price, use the code WOR.
Hello, medium coffee, please. Sure, that'll be $2.25. Of course, that includes the insurance fraud tax.
Love this car.
Okay, how much are we looking at?
Your driveway price is $48,375.
Yeah, this is for Amy.
Yes. Head to your drop-off at Delta.
Delta Terminal C, La Guardia.
Yep.
Welcome back. That's it. You're leaving us already.
Yep. Time to go home.
Oh, come back.
Yeah.
We need you here.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Let's take I-495 East, Queens Midtown Tunnel, I-495 East, Queens Midtown Expressway, I-278 East, Brooklyn Queens Expressway Queens. This is the fastest route with toll. Toll-free route is 8 minutes slower. In 400 feet, turn right on 5th Avenue. Turn right on 5th Avenue.
Hi, Jane. This is Amy Jenkinson. How are you? Good. I'm sorry. I know we didn't schedule this. I'm traveling back. And it's before noon, so I was hoping maybe I could catch you. Does now work for you? Okay, great. Yeah, I know he's a year younger, so I didn't know if you were doing mixing ages. That's why I put him on there. If you're not a big deal. Okay. Oh, not a big deal. Yep. Yep. Oh, not a big deal. Not a big deal. Oh, is that it? Oh, cabin is somewhat grubby. Sam, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you know, I just got connected with his mom, and we're planning to try to meet just so they have a familiar face beforehand. They were on the same Zoom, but I also don't want to like wait till they meet and then call you after you've already organized everything. So if that's doable, great. If not, okay. Great. Thank you. I appreciate your letting me know all this. All right, thank you.
Red light camera reported ahead.
Fantastic. How are you, Mark Simone?
Good. I'm reading this column about Stormy Daniels. Now, when you watch MSNBC, she's suddenly like the greatest human. She's like Joan of Arc now. She's Mother Teresa on MSNBC. You watch it all the time, don't you?
Well, yes, I do. And I just tweeted it. I got up this morning, turned on MSNBC as I usually do, and literally within like 5 minutes, somebody was talking about the slut shaming of Stormy Daniels, which is particularly noticeable since the topic wasn't Stormy Daniels. So this is now just like a macro. And yeah, of course, MSNBC, they're nuts. But the New York Times is pushing this line too. The USA Today. The entire media seems to think Stormy Daniels would make a fantastic role model for little girls. But I just love this idea of slut shaming when, I mean, you know, this comes from in rape cases where the defense lawyer will press the victim on her sexual history, you know, her dating history, and the classic, I don't know if this has ever actually happened, but the classic version of this is, how short was your skirt, to suggest that the victim was asking for it. I think that's a little different from asking the witness, what do you do for a living? That's the slut shaming here. And of course, my column this week, this has always grated on me. I only got a TV for the first time a few years, well, when Clinton was president, around 95, 96. I was going to Washington to work for the Senate Judiciary Committee. In any event, that's when I really noticed how vicious, and of course all of Clinton's, quote, bimbo eruptions, that was the name his campaign had for all of the women he had groped or had consensual affairs with, coming forward and talking about it. Who was it? I forget the name of the woman, but anyway, that was
Willie, Anita Broderick, Paula Jones.
It was a woman, I forget her name. Doesn't matter. Called them all the bimbo eruptions, and the way they were treated just universally by the media, by Governor Ann Richards of Texas, by Clinton himself. James Carville said of Jennifer Flowers, drag a $100 bill through trailer park, there's no telling what you'll find. Of course, 6 years later, Clinton admitted that Jennifer Flowers was telling the truth. Ann Richards just made it, you know, she was supposed to be so witty. Just really nasty remarks about this woman. And what was Jennifer Flowers? She was a TV presenter, a model, a singer, nothing as exalted as a porn star. But journalist to take the Paula Jones case seriously and wrote a long piece in, I think it was the American Lawyer, one of those legal publications, comparing the evidence in Paula Jones' case to the evidence in Anita Hill's case. And he really let the media have it. That sort of changed the tenor of at least serious people toward Paula Jones.
I've never seen a porn film with Stormy Daniels, so over the weekend, I just Googled Stormy Daniels porn video. If you watch her in a porn film,
I'm glad you did the research.
Well, it's not just a woman having sex. I mean, if you saw what she's doing, Tony Soprano would blush. I mean, this. So you watch this and then try to tell me she almost fainted when she saw a guy in his underwear. It's hard to.
Yeah, that was my favorite line. Well, okay, I'm glad you've done the research, Mark Simone. That's excellent.
But I've asked a judge or two, could you show this in a courtroom? And he said, no, the judge won't allow it, saying it's pornographic. But if you just show the jury 1 minute of what she does in the film, that'd be the end of her.
Well, the problem is, as I mentioned in my column, and as you know, not Trump's biggest fan since he hasn't built the wall. I have never believed he had sex with Stormy Daniels. It doesn't compute. And she has, among other things, she has absolutely no evidence for it. You know, Monica had the DNA-stained dress. Paula Jones had a distinguishing characteristic. Jennifer Flowers had tapes. Stormy Daniels got nothing, and also Trump is germaphobe, and he seems to go for a particular type of classy-looking woman, although he is not classy. In any event, this does not have anything to do with the criminal charges. Whether or not the disputed affair happened is utterly irrelevant. This is bookkeeping charges, and it's, you know, a bank shot on a bank shot on a bank shot, basically hinging on the federal campaign finance laws, which can't be prosecuted by a state judge, can only be prosecuted by Merrick Garland. And although the Biden administration and Merrick Garland haven't shown an enormous amount of solicitude toward Donald Trump, somehow they decided not to prosecute this case. That's how stupid it is. But only if there is that campaign finance violation, which is whether the extortion payments that Trump made, or Michael Cohen made, whomever, to Stormy Daniels, is that they listed it as legal expenses. Should they have said hush money payment? If that's a campaign finance violation, well, then you have a record-keeping violation in New York that could possibly be moved from a misdemeanor to a felony. So the whole case is nonsense.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of MSNBC, this Jen Psaki writes a book, and she just out and out lies. Biden never looked at his watch in front of the family. How do they let her even continue? Why hasn't they made her apologize, correct it? And they're going to have her.
I think
she'll be on every show, the Today Show, this show, that, and they'll never ask her about it, right? They'll never bring it up.
That's true. They will bring it up, I suppose. I think it's because every book by any television host, Fareed Zakaria, well, frankly, every television host, they're all ghost-written pieces of crap. Not only do they not read their own books, but the person interviewing them doesn't read their own books. It's kind of a miracle that Kristi Noem, governor of South Dakota, who had a number of very embarrassing lies in her book, and unfortunately truth about shooting the dog, even though she read her book aloud, in quotes here, she didn't notice that she was claiming to have met Kim Jong-il. That was one of the biggest, or who knows which one, that was one of the biggest lies she got called on, and wouldn't explain it. And it was the same thing with Fareed Zakaria. And who's that, the former Boston columnist?
Mike Barnicle.
Yeah, the stupid Irishman. Just outright, and plagiarizing, you know, the worst thing, I think, or the most offensive thing to plagiarize, jokes. No, that it never. Why? Because they're all plagiarizing. None of them could write a book.
Yeah. Well, it's great.
And by the way, as an actual author who not only writes but researches her own books, why do they have to pretend to write books? Well, if they just want, people like book maps or a coffee cup with your name, why does it have to be a fake book?
That's a good point. Well, it's done just for money. I think these people just do it for money. But Ann Coulter has dozens of bestsellers. In fact, if you haven't read them all, just go to Amazon and order Ann Coulter's books and follow her on Twitter. Even better, go to Substack. She's got videos, columns, podcasts, everything there. Just go to anncoulter.substack.com, anncoulter.substack.com. Ann Coulter, thanks for being with us.
Good to talk to you, Simone. Bye-bye.
Take care. And everybody check out the webpage. You got some good stuff up there. Hey, don't get mad at De Niro. He's just dumb. He's a great actor, brilliant actor, but dumb. He's just a dumb guy. The greatest actors of all time were all very dumb. It's one of the things you need to be a great actor for some reason. Now watch this clip. This is the brilliant Truman Capote. This is about 1970. And Capote worked in Hollywood for years, and he's explaining to Johnny Carson that the greatest actors are always very dumb. Watch him explain it to Carson. It's pretty interesting. Hey, also, if you got a PIN number, 4 digits, you got to be careful. Check this list. These are the most dangerous PIN numbers you can use. Because they're the most common ones. And if you have one of these PIN numbers, you could get hacked. So take a look at the list. Make sure you don't have one of these PIN numbers. This is all up on the webpage. Go to 710WOR.com/Mark. 710WOR.com/Mark.
I'm Michael Riddle. I'm Lester. An eventful week. ABC political director Rick Klein wraps it up for us. And it's time to play backstage trivia with our listeners. It's Glenn Berman and Michael Riddle in the morning. Tomorrow, 6 to 10 a.m. on the Voice of New York, 710 WOR. Hey, if you want to lose some weight, I would not take those injections. You don't want to be taking those shots. A better way is NJ Diet, and in fact, you'll actually lose the weight twice as fast with NJ Diet. In fact, it's in writing. They'll guarantee it in the contract. In writing in the contract that you'll lose 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. Now they'll do it scientifically. They'll take a hair, saliva sample, scan, and then they'll personalize natural solutions to supplements right to your body, get it burning fast, and it's guaranteed it's in writing you'll lose 20 to 40 pounds in 40 days. Then they can use DNA info to help you keep it off. Doctor supervised, and they'll make sure you have your doctor's personal email and phone number. You can do it at the locations all over the coast. You can do it even anywhere now, online. Video consultation. Just go to the website. Actually, just call them 855-NJ-DIET. 855-NJ-DIET. Or go to the website, njdiet.com. njdiet.com. Hey, Sean Hannity here. You probably heard me endorse Live Refi for some time now, and yes, many of my talk radio colleagues do as well. Now, what makes Live Refi so different from other investments? Well, let's quickly break it down. Live Refi offers a secure collateral lock, sponsored by Apple.
Some of the best stuff ever breakfast and
hair dyeing. I mean, like, I can't keep this up. So then when he kind of gets me just there, he's like, hey, come talk to us. Jennifer's girlfriend, and it's simple, like, yeah, let me know. But she was like, oh, well, so then instead of Jennifer's like, oh, well, good friend, she was like, she goes into this whole thing about It is. So that was like, so then when we got this, like, Steve took her to Brooklyn. The walk was so I'm sorry, this is every man for himself. Like, no. So then Lori would go back to try to like rescue Sam. It was like, she was awful. I mean, it's what you'd expect. Yeah. So we get to Soho and you know, and I felt like I didn't get enough time to so much to really talk to him because I kept being stuck in these like middle seats. So kind of at like Soho, I also was like stuck in between like Lori and Jennifer and then me and Zara. But it was kind of funny. Like Lori was giving Jennifer a hard time. He's like, you're not cut out for Broadway. Never were. Like saying things like he said, but he'd like repeat it 4 times to her face. And it was really funny. And I just like kept finding it funnier and funnier. And then at one point we were like, okay, we're leaving. So the 3 of us go. We ends up getting her car. Whatever. So Jennifer is like 10 blocks in like this, and I just like, so Amy, is your husband happy at your job? And is like trying to ask me anything to not have to hear her voice. And then like I'd answer and she'd like cut in and be like, so Amy, and then we all just like got out of the cab and went our separate ways, like no speaking. So this morning at breakfast, Rory was like, oh my God, did she ever stop talking? I was like, I can't. He's like, she was like this like years ago, and I was like, I don't almost. She must be good at the job because to deal with that is. So, and then I got back to the hotel and I was like, you know when you like start like thinking about everything from the night? Obviously it's more like when you're drinking. Obviously when you're sober, I felt like I was reflecting more. I was like, oh, I felt like I didn't get enough time with him. This is where I came in, and I'm like, so Libby was texting me like, oh, I'm on my cab home. Like, oh my God, you know, kind of like echoing like the sentiments. And I was like, I felt like I didn't get enough time with him, and like, she's like, no, he said that like you seemed really chill, and he wanted to spend more time with you, and like kind of intimating less time with Jennifer. You know, Steve wanted to do something with insurance, so I think he got a good impression. So I'll take that as a win. Yeah, it was good. So breakfast this morning was good. Whatever. Go to the office. Kind of wanted to get an early because it's super great. Oh my God, I think I have to take a cab to Grand Central. I'm like, what am I Broadway? She's like, I know. What? Oh, okay, bye. You know, and I don't want you to feel like it was like, we're all there and it was not that at all. It was more like, it was for me to come in because I wasn't there the last time. You would have punched her in the face because I was real close to her. Yeah. Yeah, phone's ringing. Yeah. Apparently Amy's not great. I don't know, I got like more school. Apparently if you tell her what to do, she's okay. She's not as experienced as Marie is. I don't know, it's maybe so What? Oh.
Thank you. Have a good day.
All right. Have a great time. I'll talk to you later.
Go get a cup of tea. Go eat something. Go eat something. Cup of tea.
36 years ago today, the Surgeon General of the United States declared cigarettes as addictive as heroin and cocaine. Despite the warning, the habit remains one of the biggest public health challenges in America. Here is the story. The government's fight against smoking began under President John F. Kennedy, who often smoked cigars. In 1962, JFK authorized the creation of a committee to investigate the harmful effects of tobacco. At the time, more than 50% of American adults were regular users, including my mother. The 400-page report concluded smokers are 15 times more likely to die from lung cancer than non-smokers. The feds mandated that all packages of cigarettes display a warning on the label. On May 16, 1988, Surgeon General C. Everett Koop released another report, claiming tobacco was as addictive as illegal narcotics. Since then, smoking in America has been on the decline. Today, 15% of Americans smoke more than 5 cigarettes per day. Folks inhaling more than a pack a day have dropped significantly to below 10%. Despite the downturn, consuming tobacco remains a major medical problem. According to the CDC, cigarettes are the leading cause of preventable death in the USA. 500,000 people die from smoking-related illnesses every year. Tobacco use is responsible for 87% of lung cancer deaths, 79% of chronic pulmonary deaths, and 32% of coronary heart disease fatalities. And here's something else you might not know. Ex-smokers say the biggest factor in quitting isn't their health, it's their wallet. When JFK created the commission, a pack of Marlboros in New York City cost 25 cents. In 2024, that same pack of Marlboro cigarettes in New York City sell for $18. Back after this. Your safety is important, and I am happy to introduce you to Byrna, a self-defense solution that will help keep you and your family safe. Byrna offers a powerful non-lethal pistol with tear gas, pepper, irritants, and kinetic projectiles that disable attackers for 30 to 40 minutes. It's all legal in every state, and no background checks are required. And they ship directly to your door, very private. They are American-made in Fort Wayne, Indiana, and are trusted by U.S. government agencies and hundreds of police departments. If you are a gun owner, you need options. Avoid the complexities that come taking a life and having to defend your freedom in court. And if you're adverse to firearms, Byrna is a good alternative solution. So please visit Byrna.com/Bill to receive a 10% discount. That's BYRNA.com/Bill. Stay safe with Byrna. Thank you for listening to the O'Reilly Update. I am Bill O'Reilly. No spin, just facts, and always looking out for you.
You're listening to one of the most iconic stations in the nation. An American original. Talk Radio 77 WABC and WABCRadio.com.
This is John Katzman-Keys. On behalf of Margot and myself, I want to thank all our listeners making WABC one of the top radio stations in the country.
Thank you for listening, showing interest in saving our country,
and helping make
make a difference. More 77 WABC listeners listen to 77 WABC than any other radio station.
With record high listening numbers.
And always checking our sources, bringing authenticity, personality, and common sense to the world.
Thank you for listening to 77 WABC.
Get more. Get a new Mazda from Ramsey Mazda. More selection. Over 750 new vehicles available. And more savings on their entire Mazda lineup. Lease the new 2024 Mazda CX-5 2.5S Select all-wheel drive. Just $239 a month at Ramsey Mazda. Route 17 North in Ramsey, New Jersey. Choose wisely. Choose Ramsey Mazda. Call 833-853-2970 for lease details. Excludes tax, title, and registration. Zero security deposit. VIN number R0408749. MSRP $31,245. Ends 5/31/24.
That's what everybody's talking about.
Judge Janine Pirro.
Sunday morning at 11. It's the Judge Janine Tunnel to Towers Foundation Sunday morning show.
Hero.
On 77 WABC. You never know who's going to be on the Cats Roundtable. Go around the world in 2 hours every Sunday morning at 8 with the Cats Roundtable, where common sense prevails on 77 WABC. Talk Radio 77 WABC. Check this out. This is the Rip and Read featuring Curtis Lewa. Now to the Bernard McGurk Studios of 77 WABC and Curtis Lewa. This is the Rip and Read.
Trial, depending on your political persuasion, it is either a Stalin show trial or it's the second coming of Scopes' monkey trial with Alvin Bragg as Clarence Darrow. It's neither, but really with all the noise on the outside, including here at WABC Talk Radio, the most powerful radio station in the nation, coast to coast by day, most powerful at night in the world. The only thing that matters, Nancy, and as an attorney, you stress this over and over, is what is in the minds of the 12 jurors and the 6 alternate jurors. Who are they? Come to a conclusion about the 34 felony charges filed against President Donald Trump. Could you at least, for edification, explain to everybody what the rules and regulations are for being accepted as a juror and what you must do when you are a juror?
Well, so some of the qualifications for being considered a juror obviously are pretty wide, citizenship, things like that, age, but in terms of the show, as it were, that's going on in the Trump case, so what they're really trying to do now that they have the people who've been picked is to keep away from them all of this outside sort of noise and nonsense. So we're thinking about the main thing, like the reporting on it, the news stories, what's going on outside the courtroom, how people are analyzing it. Like even within the courtroom itself, they don't want to see when the opposing counsels are making arguments to each other. Oh, what should be permitted? What should be prohibited? So it's like a very staged scene. So what's happening is, like, as the jurors come in each day, Donald Trump's already seated, and so they come in to see him seated, and then they leave before he leaves. So it's like this is really a show going on. Now the basic parameters are everything that you're supposed to know about the case you only learn within the confines of the courtroom. So everybody right away, you don't research the case independently whatsoever. So when you're done with the case, while you're there, when you're on a break, when you go home, you're not supposed to do anything related to hearing about the case, avoiding all news about the case. You're also not supposed to discuss the case even with the jurors themselves, because technically not until you're in the deliberation stage at the very end do you talk to each other. So even, they're even sort of quiet among themselves as they're hearing what's going on. And then of course you can't go home and talk to your friends and family about it. So, really, theoretically, everything is within the confines of this room. Nothing else is supposed to influence you.
Sorry, those are the rules.
Those are the rules.
But let's say you're on a radio and you're listening to music and you're going up and down the dial and you hear our own Martha Van Grandy and making it sound like this is the Salem witch trials. You haven't listened to a lot, but you've listened to enough. Are you supposed to report that to the judge? You know, I've been somehow tainted, I've listened, I'm sorry, I know I wasn't supposed to do that. Basically what the rules are. I'm not saying that the rules are followed, but specifically what the rules are.
Well, okay, so theoretically, yes, right? Even if you, on a personal level, are saying, well, I heard something, but I don't think that it's going to feasibly, sort of influence me whatsoever, that really isn't good enough anyway. You're supposed to, so I think probably in this case it would be, you can't even turn on anything or walk past the newsstand because it would be hard to avoid hearing anything if you turn something on. So I think it might be a complete, don't pay attention to anything. Now, if you were cited for having, you were researching it, let's say they see you texting, they see you talking to people afterwards, somehow they find out that you're discussing the case, it could either be that they replace you as an individual juror, or it could be that they declare a mistrial. So, the ramifications of someone actually getting outside information could be huge for this case.
So that's why you have alternate jurors. There's 6 of them. So they could potentially be replaced, or it could possibly trigger off a mistrial.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, especially if that one person who, is suspected of having that sort of outside research is maybe even influential on others. Oh, you should really consider that. You should really think about that. Have you thought about that? Like, that would be the concern, so, the one tainted person.
What do you do? I'm sure all 12 plus the 6 alternates have cell phones, iPhones, smartphones. You can't have it, obviously, when you're in the court. I'm sure you're either leaving it at home or you're giving it to the court clerk, and the court clerk stores it until you're ready to go home. This is not an anonymous juror. They haven't been sort of sequestered away where they have to go to some no-tell hotel at night. First off, you couldn't even find a room. There's all illegal aliens and migrants in these hotels. You'd probably have to go all the way out to Connecticut to find rooms. But the point being is, they're living a normal life, except they have the responsibility to show up each day and, like today, watch the cross-examination of Michael Cohen by Trump's lead attorney, Blank.
Yeah, so what happened was the judge in this case, had obviously kept their names at bay, but then also details about, like, residential and work addresses. That's only known to opposing counsel. So again, it's a tight, wrap about information. But this is because the judge said, Trump has an extensive history of attacking jurors, and we think that there's a good likelihood that he'll do this. That's why we're doing it. I mean, that's kind of a stupid reason, because the real reason should be you don't want people being influenced. Oh, I heard you're on the Trump trial. Let me tell you this. That's the actual reason, not the BS reason they gave.
Now, speaking of influence, you're the only one who was pointed out as an attorney yourself of the many talking head attorneys who are used as so-called expert commentators. You're the only one to consistently point out that in this jury of 12 who are actually going to hear the case will have to vote on the 34 felony charges if all 12 of them stay together. But there are 2 attorneys.
Yeah, highly unusual.
I gotta think that once they begin the deliberations and it's okay to talk about the key elements of the case towards one another, that when in doubt, they're not going to pass a note out to the judge and request that they be able to come out and ask the judge a question, which happens in a lot of cases when they're deliberating. They're just going to turn to the 2 attorneys, Jack or Sally. What do you think in your experience? What do you think about something like this? Can you explain this legal technicality?
Yeah, or especially like if there are certain elements where things drag on, because that happens sometimes where, it's extended through days and weeks, and you actually have people who really want to wrap it up and get out of there, and the idea of having to keep going back and keep asking questions and keep getting clarification, just to speed it up, you'll say, I'll just listen to the expert that we already have on the jury instead.
Right. Now, talking about taking the code of omerta, because this is what supposedly the juror and alternates have to do, not discuss it with anyone. You're going home, you're married, right? You're not going to discuss it with your wife or your husband. What do? Tell them it's none of your BIB business?
I guess if you have a bad relationship, that's an easy thing to say, but I can't imagine two people who get along not, having that discussion privately.
But if it does leak out that you either had discussions about the case, that you've done any research, and we've seen cases before get thrown out because somebody decided they were going to be their own PI, private investigator, you could have a mistrial.
That's correct.
Wow. And yet with all the talk about, this is an outrage, this is a Stalin, a Hitler show trial, or this is the trial of the century if you're a liberal or progressive, move over Brown versus the Board of Education versus in the United States Supreme Court. This is the greatest jurisprudence of all time. Really, none of this matters. Everybody moaning and groaning, especially on this station, is outrage. It's against our democratic principles, criminal justice, separating politics from what the 12 men and 12 women should be able to hear. It all comes down to the jury.
That's true.
And you think they're going to abide by the rules that you just outlined?
I mean, I first of all, I don't see how any of these people could not have been, let's say, influenced prior to, because there's nothing that you hear, sadly, more about in the preceding months other than this. So I can't imagine these people having...
I mean, the moment they fire up their iPhone, cell phone, smartphone, it gives them a pop-up of either if they're a Times reader or Post reader, which I doubt they're a Post reader by the Times reader about the case.
But like you said, how can you really verify that they're doing it? So short of them actually live streaming from the courtroom, I mean, maybe you really can't go, you have to just trust their word. But again, human nature just dictates that. It will almost be impossible to avoid this.
Anyway, up next, apparently the mayor has doubled down. He wants illegal aliens here to become lifeguards.
It's the Rick Reed, featuring Curtis Lewa. Talk Radio 77 WABC. 77 WABC, D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm's chime time is 12:33.
I'm John D'Agostino from D'Agostino and Associates, the injury firm. 888-24-LAW-24. Call me for a free consultation. D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back.
Disco returns to Atlantic City at the Tropicana, Saturday, June 15th. Live on stage, The Tramps, featuring Earl Young. Jones of the Village People. Music. Santa Azmarel featuring Leroy Gomez. First Choice.
Going to get coffee.
Mine. And the Jets. Music by Ralphie D, Tito T, and Ross the Boss. All backed by MGM Guanera Brothers. Hosted by Brooklyn's own Joe Corsi and Speedy. It's the greatest 70s show ever.
Yeah, very good. Coffee, I'll be back. Quick coffee break. הערבים אומרים פרימיטיבי. פרימיטיבי. הם לא יודעים לשיר ברבל ריין והם פרימיטיביים. Iba La Guardia. La Guardia Airport. תביא לי את הפרטים של מישהו הישראלי שרוצה את הפרימיטי, אז אם אני אחבר אותו, אני והוא נקבל כל אחד $10.
כן?
כן, לא יודע, דמי העברה, משהו כזה. דמי היכרות. שלח לי את הטקסט שלו.
כבר שלחתי לו זה.
לא משנה, מה עשית לו כבר?
שלחתי לו את האפליקציה.
אתה יכול להגיד לו שאם אני אעביר אותו, אני אקבל עמלות.
This is the new theme song. As you know, Met fans, as much as it is painful this year, as it has been many years, Rico Radabali, Lazy Mary is what's played in the 7th inning stretch, and it is the theme song for the laziest governor I've ever known, Kathy Crimewave Holcomb, who never does her job. Other than then to tell all of us who pay our taxes, who have decided to stay, improve, and not move, to get the hell out of here.
The fate of democracy in this country. That's what we're fighting for, my friends. We're down to Florida where you belong, okay? Get out of town. Get out of town.
No fee, כתוב no
You
fee
don't
בכלל.
represent our values.
עשיתי העברה לעצמי עכשיו, וכתוב no fee בכלל.
She tracked her down. She also went to Italy, to the Vatican, to get blessed by the Pope for all of her
הלכתי $200.
And where she's telling all of us to leave.
Yeah, no fee.
Taxes, we who are American citizens. She gave the rationale to the
הנה, refer friend, תגיד, מה המספר שלו?
friend of theirs in Catholic Church.
מה הסלפון שלו? מה זה, מספר של הארץ? אז רגע, אז אני אנסה חדש. רגע, נהנה. וואטסאפ, אוקיי. זה פלוס 72, מה אתה אומר? 97. כן. 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 ננסה. נעשה search. אין, no result. צריך לעשות את המספר פלוס לפני כן? נעשה קליין. איך קוראים לו? נקרא לו יונתן. והוא דתי, אפילו באסתרה. הוא דתי. לא, אבל איזה תמונה יש לו בוואטסאפ? יש לו תמונה של הפרצוף או תמונה שהוא עומד? איזה תמונה? יש לו תמונה שהוא עומד עם... או תמונה של פרצוף? עומד ברחוב? אה? כן, אוטובוס מאחורי. בסדר, שלחתי לו, לא ידוע. אוקיי, שלחתי לו. נגיד לו אבנר, אח של אלי. הוא מדפיס. כן. כן. כן, כן, שלחתי לו. כן, אני והוא נקבל כל אחד 10 דקות. Changing to Lambo. סטרומי דניאל. מה עם סטרומי דניאל?
שהיא אוכלת בקתחת?
יש לה סרטים של פורנו הכי נועזים בעולם, ואומרת, מאוד התביישתי להיות איתו.
כן.
רק כזו לא מתבייש לה. מאוד התביישתי להיות איתו.
הבת של השופט עושה, בגלל סרטים מחיר לביידן של מיליוני דולרים, הוא עדיין ממשיך לשפוט. שיתפטר. כשטראמפ בשלטון צריך לעשות מהפכה בכל הזה, כמו שעשה ארדואן. ארדואן עשה מהפכה, העיף את כל השמאלנים.
אבל השמאלנים טובים בשבילך, לא?
זה מה אתה שאתה אכפת לי.
See you on the other side.